do love me the cold. But man, when it is dry and I'm just getting rando nosebleeds once a day, no fun. No fun at all. I'm going to have to take a bunch of tissue paper to the tournament tomorrow. We gonna hope. We gonna hope. But we got stuff to do today. Technically quickly. So kind of want to get into it. Also changed the camera angle, so we're going to be a little bit struggle bus today on making sure the camera's where it needs to be. Hi-ya! A little top down, because I noticed that my light from this side, I don't have like a big light over here. So when the camera's down here, it's just picking up dark. And it still kind of is. I should probably figure out if there's a way to get like a decent light over here. Let me see if I can... move that there, plug this in. Because, yeah, I can't see the camera now. So I have to just keep checking. I have to keep looking over like a weirdo. We did cherubs last night, though. Actually, is there a way for me to see this? At least a little bit? Oh, yeah, there is. But yeah, little cherubs. Let me make sure the camera flips. Oh, it's got to stay the whole way. Okay. Figure I get like occasionally something done off stream just to rapidly get through some things that don't necessarily need too much attention. Like there is a chance that at least one day in the upcoming weeks I'm going to be kind of like hanging out here just dousing all of these like unarmored chainsword wielding nuns with Gilliman flesh just to prep them up. Because I was thinking of doing an airbrush skin tone, but if I've already done a bunch of the skin tones off of airbrush, it's going to look different and weird. And I don't really want that. The hell did my... oh, there it is. But yeah, we need to basically tear through the gold, try to get all the gold bordering on as quickly as possible. We're going to try to get... uh-oh, is multi-chat not working? Oh no. What's up, Deherminator? Stream elements. Multi-chat. I mean, it sees both channels. Okay, fingers crossed that it's just a bug. If not, I'm gonna have to move both the chats over to a different screen. Oh no. We're already off to a good start. But yeah. Just get some more paint down. Give it a little bit more detail. Like, working on these tanks has me constantly in a state of mind where I'm like, man, I just gotta remember that the people won't take nearly as much time. Because it is rather insane how much time I've had to spend on the tanks. And then, like, once in a while, I'll pick up a regular squad of people. And it takes, like, no time at all. My buddy's also apparently going to tip me by giving me a large selection of things that I'm looking to expand in my regular collection, which regular brain in me. No, yeah, the infantry is easy. Infantry is crazy easy. But like, and I know insight into my horribly obnoxious brain when you were like, yo, I'm gonna get you those enlightened as a tip. At first I was like, sweet, my enlightened. And then the second hit was, my tip for spending all this time painting is going to be more of projects to work on. No. But, like, I do actually kind of want them. So. Oh. I'm hoping not too much changes in the next edition, because if I can run the Fleshbike army list in the next edition, I will be the happiest person ever. I will go to every tournament and proudly lose with the Fleshbikes. I want to see people's faces when I, like, walk out there and go, hey, check this out. And then just drop. Like, that's an army you actually have to think what needs to go in reserves and how do I use it. Because there's too much. You cannot fit the, what is it? 12, 6, 12, 18, so 36. And then 6, 12, 18, 36. Math. The problem is that the units are just massive. So, like, I don't think you can field a Fleshbike army list all at once on the table. Like, you have to put, like, half of it in reserve or you won't win. Because the other part of it is all the flamers, because you do want flamers for mechanics. They're so cheap. They're so stupid cheap. Alright, so at the very least, Twitch's chat is getting picked up by my little mini window. Hopefully YouTube's gets in. I mean, I've chose torture my whole life. Every decision I made has been, how can I make this difficult for me? How do I activate hard mode? Also, when I picked this playlist, it was workout mix, so you'll have to give the workout mix a rating. Because so far I'm like, It just doesn't... I mean, this a little bit, but only during some parts, which I feel is anti-workout. Yeah, I'll take Enlightened. There's actually a mild chance if I do actually build the Fleshbike army list, that's my list, right? Like, that's the list I take everywhere. I try to master it. I try to learn all the tricks. I basically John Lennon it up like Emperor's Children. I know all the placements, all the matchups. I know how I can deal with everything. Should probably do, before I get too far with the back borders, I should probably hit where the wood is with white. Let me just get this down here, because the problem is I did put gold down, which means you want to use it before it dries. Zangor Enlightened should be the box. It comes with both the spears and the bows. So if you get me the 3 boxes you were thinking of, it would be, I would be grabbing out of that probably 1 full squad of bows, and then I might start the spear squad out of it. Might do the exhaust and gunmetal. Just to give it a little bit of a difference. Oh. My mind was miles away putting the gold on down here. Yeah, Skyfires is the term for archers in AOS specifically. They just put them all under the one bundle, though. Which made me sad. Skyfire is such a cool name to have, and then to not take it into 40k. Especially now that they've, like, separated the data slates. I want to be that guy too, who like busts out the 3 full-size squads of archers and just like hammers people with them. It's such a Tau thing to do, which is what's crazy. I've had it happen to me from Tau, to have that squad that's like, yeah, you can't touch me unless you're within 18-inch range, and I'm just gonna hammer you from 30. And they're like, what? 30? All right, I gotta specifically adjust for the camera. Let's actually pull it back a little bit too. Thankfully, now that I've built enough Enlightened, I kind of know how they're supposed to be built, so it shouldn't be that bad. The Zangors will get glued on last. There'll be a little bit of sub-assembly. The main thing is that on the disc itself, there's usually 1 foot. So you kind of have to like paint the disc and then hit the foot with like the masking white so that you can use the Aethermatic Blue. Aethermatic Blue is literally just, hey, do you want a Zangor? Aethermatic Blue. Bam. Done. Like, why? Why put little faces back here? What the hell? Jesus Christ. The level of cooking. Okay. Almost done this batch of gold. Because that's part of the game that I still haven't gotten. Like, I still haven't gotten down pat, is I have these tools, how do I deal with stuff? Because very much in the same vein as people, like, not having all the tools to deal with everything in every game, there's that mindset of, like, oh, well, as long as I just don't go that way, I'm fine, and I'll be able to max score kind of situation. I need to start wrapping my head around that a little more. And I've talked about... I've spoken out loud, like, in games I've been playing about my strategic choices to people who play heavily. To sort of get the criticism back kind of situation. And it's like, I still don't understand. Like, I know when I was playing against that subterranean assault list, he was like, you should have threw the Rhino out to middle. It would have stopped me from coming in mid. And I was like, yeah, but I moved my guys up from back, which meant you would have appeared in the back line anyway. But maybe that would have been better, because then he could, if he appeared in the back line, he wouldn't have been able to shoot what I put out in mid or had up in front. I would have lost a squad of tormentors, and I would have been fine. because I would have had some level of reaction. Still, though, I'm still in that mindset of trying to place people on the field in a way where it's, like, thematic. Backline backline's important for hold more, but it wasn't, like, super important, but I was worried about him. The issue with Subterranean is if he goes to backline, he doesn't stay backline. He can leave. Like, that's the problem with Subterranean, is you're not forcing him to go backline and then be stuck in a place that sucks. He can go, all right, I went to your backline and I killed your backline. Now I'm going to leave and go somewhere else and kill other things that you have on the field. And that's kind of like the superpower of Subterranean. Is just the hit and fade. But, like, I do better with EC Carnival doing that because I have more screen units to play with than I do in any other list. All right, let's get some. Let's get the white down. Let's do the white in all the spots. I mean, I don't have to get used to that with my current list I'm running. I have my front line. My Zangors will be where they are. Even if his stuff that he used against me in the Emperor's Children matchup, like if he still uses it in my in the same fashion in my Thousand Suns list, it's less of a worry. It's much less of a worry. Let me get the cherubs prepped. I gotta get used to that. I gotta get used to the sacrifice plays and being okay with stuff. That's like my biggest issue playing EC, is that I don't know how to protect the core that matters. It's the notion of being like in a place with your forward setup units, and you're just like, I hope I don't get run down. It'll be easier with the Thousand Sun list. Bunch of stuff that can deep strike from 6. And a big old brick unit. It's obnoxious as hell to kill. The ability to fall back and shoot. Pogging out ridiculous. Goddamn cherubs, man. I think that was the issue when I did that tournament, like way in like the south of where we are, at the other place that I wanted to try out that everyone keeps telling me to go to. Like getting absolutely shredded just because I can't. Like, I basically gave up all my DPs turn 1 to 2 spear frickin' knights because they could just make it from one side of the board to the other. I don't know, my deployment is like the hottest of garbage into like alternative lists that I'm not normally into fighting and stuff. It's a little bit crazy. Oh. Yep, noticing the YouTube chat is not in the multi-chat. Started detail, just need blue. Yeah, I mean, you gotta get through the tanks, Terminator. Let me pull this chat over here. Pull this over here. But like my mind sees it with like other lists when people set up like on the front line with the cheap units that they're cool with just dying, they're fine with it. But like I don't have those units in like a lot of my lists. When I look at EC, I'm like, I don't have anything to put on the front line that I'm like, oh, that's cool, it can die. There's like one detachment that I could do that with. And that's the one where you can give a 10-man squad of infractors fights first, and then it's like, yeah, I don't care if you charge it in turn 1. I will kill whatever you charge it with. You get to have fun with that. The whole reason I tried to do it with Mercurial was because Mercurial has reactive moves. So, like, at the very least, I could set up in good places and be like, oh, I could leave if I want. But man, that does not work into Gene Stealers when the Gene Stealers are just like, alright, I'm right next to you, reactive move. Like, you bastard. Cherub blocks here. Now we gotta block the wood. And then we'll do the other tank in the same way. We'll just get the blocking in now for at least the cherubs and the wood. We'll do the flames later. Do need more pro acryl though. What up, J Peacock? I'm willing to go slightly lazy on some of the paint styling for these models to try to get around things. Like, there's always the extreme level of, like, golden daemon tier you could do here of, like, every component back here is all different kinds of metals and golds and silvers and just a cacophony of, like, decadent metallics and things. Or you just do a gold wash. I could have gold washed the wood and just been like, yeah, you know, it's like gold, but they chiseled it to look like wood or whatever. Nah, we make it look like wood. Get it like some sandalwood. The Exalted Sorks. Nice. Those are fun models. They give you enough parts for the Sorcerer box that there's like so much you can do. Nice. Okay. Get the smaller one for the top part. But hopefully everyone's doing good today. Today is usually my day off, which means I'm not going to have to bail at like 5 p.m. or something. I'm going to go grab food, but I have food here, so I don't have to worry too much about that. All right, the other part, this is the hard one actually, so I'm going to go with the long bristle for this. My favorite kit to build and paint. Like, absolutely favorite kit to both build and paint. I honestly don't know. Because the problem is, like, my brain wants to be like, oh, whatever is the easiest kit that I've built and painted. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. Which would be something like a Rubric or a Terminator. Like a Scarab Occult. But at the same time, I mean, you gotta get some, like, interest out of the model you're building, right? Like, you gotta get some cool poses. Some fun elements. Alright, we're gonna let those dry, and then we'll hit it with the Sand Golem. But favorite kit to build and paint? Maybe from the technical perspective of, like, some of the stuff I enjoyed about coming back to miniature painting and the hobby itself, would probably put it close to, like, the War Dogs and Armigers. Just because, like, there's a bit of variance. There's some fun stuff you can do with it. They are large enough that you can usually get some cool painting detail in there. And mechanically speaking, there's, like, no reason not to magnetize them. Because the guns are so perfectly designed to be magnetized. So the element of the game of, like, getting a model and being like, oh, I could run this as, like, 10 different things. It's there. You have that ability. And whether knowingly or not, GW made it perfect to be able to do that. Like, the size of the holes that you're supposed to attach the guns to is like a standard magnet size. So you just get the magnets instead, and then you're good. And yeah, they're big enough with enough detail that you can kind of throw, like, cool stuff in as you're going. Like, I know I picked a wire color when I was starting to paint those so that I could paint wires. So it covers all the bases, really. All the fun bases, at least, I think, for modeling and hobby work. One that I've done a lot of, though, that I've really enjoyed would be the the Lord of Change, because I had a Lord of Change in 3rd edition, and it was the tiny variant that has basically the legume body shape, like a body that looks like almost like a chickpea or something, and it was tiny. It was terrible looking, and then coming back and being like, whoa, to the new Demon Prince box, or not the Demon Prince box, but the Lord of Change box that lets you build Kairos, and there's, like, so many variants that it can take on in terms of, like, weapon loadout. That was pretty cool. I have 3 of those. I have a Kairos, and then I have 2 regular Lords of Change. I might need to head out, though. I don't want to. I'll get snacks on the way there. They have a dollar store next to it. Either that or I'll hit the Wawa on the way there and just buy, like, a fruit platter or something. Just sit there eating pineapple all day. Nom nom nom. Okay. The tournament I'm going to? It's, I mean, I guess I can straight dox myself. I guess. Let the internet know where I'm going to be all day tomorrow. Why, you thinking of coming down? You're playing a game, though, with everyone. No, it's not near you. It's the opposite direction. You're a half hour away north, and they're a half hour away south. Good luck on that game tomorrow, too, by the way. Hopefully you guys don't hit 10 hours. You're going to have Max using a brand new army. Jack will at least hopefully have most of his rolls down. Because, I mean, that's his army he plays. And then Aaron, who just bought and built his army. I don't know. It's pretty cool where I'm going. They've got like they've got a yeah, fuck it. They've got like a farmer's market that's semi-Amish near it. Although the only Amish store in the farmer's market is a donut store, so like at least the ones I know. I gotta check the other side and see about their sandwich shops. But right when you walk through the door, it's like a donut shop with Amish people in it. Which is not great. So much sugar. You set the clock, put it on the table, and they're like, oh, we're doing a play clock? He's like, you just be like, no, this is the me clock. Right when that thing buzzes, I'm out. You guys, I'm not rolling anymore. You guys can do what you're going to do. Damn, skillet for the lifting. The lift mix. Damn, order confirmed. Flesh bikes are going to be so cool. New Slipknot. Definitely be in a lift mix somewhere. Probably just put People Equal Shit on loop. Lift till my heart gives out. Alright, some simplified white. Help start it a little bit. We're going to need to get the sand golem out for this at least. Don't have to worry about it right away for the other one. I gotta get the back of the chair. And this is why subassembly is important. Granted, I could have just been like, screw it, it's gold. And just been done with it. This is just a sick detail. Just giant wooden paneling. think we'll save the cherubs for last. Alright. Let that dry for a second. Let's get stuff done on this one. Does this never tell? Jesus. Oh, I prevail. Wood mostly done. Now we can go back in for the trim work. Fix up the problem spots. We do need to be at least relatively careful, though. This is the wrong thing that I grabbed. Where the hell did my hoplite go? Stupid cherub wings. Dude, the babies always get in the way. More time than they're worth, man. And not all of them even carry ammo to the front line. I mean, Jesus. I like long bristle brushes. I feel like I have so much control with this brush. I don't know what it is. All right, back to the big brush for a little bit before we get back to the chair. Get better coverage. Okay. Thinking. Okay. A little bit of a struggle bus, but I think I can pull it off. I might try to do most of the micro detail at the same time. Like the roses and stuff. All right. So main and core goal, or gold, is set. At least for this one. Because I think I'm going to do silver for the seat area, silver for this area around here. I think I'm going to do Leviathan blue for the keyboard, and then do the keys. That all being said, I feel it is now time to just power through, get the rest of the gold details together, and then move over to the other tank to do the exact same thing. Going back and forth, of course, between this and the other tank for reference, just to make sure everything is above board. Why do you hate building the sorcerer box? Por dia. Is it too many decisions? Because it's 3 models. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. Is it trying to match the backpacks with what's supposed to happen? I remember there was something about them where like there was a detail that was specific, and if you didn't follow it, it was like harder to put them together. Oh. That is a weird thing to have to deal with. And I remember sub-assembling my sorcerers so that I would put their capes on later. Just because there was like issue with painting them with their capes on. Because their capes are just ridiculous and big. So you have to kind of like know where the cape's going to go. And then glue the staff accordingly. Which is a little bit annoying. Yeah, that's just one of those. Well, okay, so the instructions tell you to set their arms first. You don't have to do that. It's not only sorcerers that have this issue. I've run into it a few times where you start building a model and then you get to a certain point where it's like, yeah, man, make sure you didn't screw up where the arms were placed. Oh, Dexessa and Sinicessa. Dexessa and Sinicessa were this way, and it was annoying as hell to deal with. Because Dexessa and Sinicessa, both of their plans involve them having their hands all placed, like, right away, right? Like, you get the bodies together, and then it's like, all right, now put the hands on. So you do that, and then it makes you go through, like, all the rest of the rigmarole, get the wings together and all that, blah, 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 blah. Then it comes back to where the hands were, and it goes, all right, hopefully you glued them together well and in a good spot. Because we need you to glue these things that go between them. That are free-floating and have very specific connecting points. So that was a super fun time for me. I got lucky on one. The other one I had to bend the part a little bit. I want to say eventually what I did with my sorcerers, regular sorcerers didn't have capes. Exalteds did. And then the Exalted, of course, on disc did. But when I actually do the capes, I glue the cape to the backpack, but I don't glue the backpack on. And then I try to get the arms in sequence in a good spot where the cape doesn't bother it. But yeah, you don't necessarily need capes. Just gotta be able to know what's what. Because Sorcerers and Exalted Sorcerers, I think, are the same size base. Although that was fun when the initial information came out with the Munitorium, where they finally decided to add base size requirements. And they made it so the Sorcerer's bases were, like, larger. But that's only because the Chaos Space Marine Sorcerer model had a larger base. And eventually they double backed on that idea. Oh, might as well pull the other tank out since I'm going to have to keep referencing it. Make sure I'm hitting all the right spots. Oh no, I did already do it. Ah. Yeah, what do you think? What do you got next on your list? Let's switch to the big brush for this slam bar that it has up here. You got too much shit. Do you got anything you need to paint to play? Or is it just about the painting? That's the part of the hobby where I'm like, I'm glad I didn't exactly do that. Like, the bulk collecting. There's so many people local to me who are like, yeah, I collected like 2 or 3 armies. Painted none of it. And now I want to paint it and I feel overwhelmed. And I'm like, that's on you, bro. You did this. Meanwhile, I'm out here buying like 1 box of things, painting that box, being done with it. I could see that. Gotta simplify then, man. Get that paint scheme going that's just like an OSL. Super quick. You can get some fun stuff out of that too. Like the impact style paintings and things where you do like a basic OSL for a character. I really want to do what it's like the bull run concept with all like the paint, like the exploding paint pellet things. I really do want to make an army kind of like look like that, where it's just explosions of color. There's just a visceral feeling every time you look at it of something moving through a space and just like slamming into crazy stuff happening. Oh my god, there's more? There's like more on the doorway. Yeah. There's more detail. Like, a lot of it's the same, but also it's more. They didn't have to be this extra. This is so extra. Ugh. Gotta go over all the details for tomorrow's game. Actually, that's probably a good plan. This is one of the RTTs where they actively tell you what you're about to play before. Like, they give you, like, I think a week's heads up for the missions and the layouts, so I can know how, like, screwed I'm gonna be for my list. It's gonna be that layout that has, like, no terrain in the middle. Whew. So much gold. So much. Now I'm just sitting here thinking about the other two tanks that have this basic bottom frame. At least the tops aren't as bad as the flamer of this one. Should be way easier to deal with. But like last time, we'll probably have to do a infantry-based palette cleanser. Especially after doing 2 Exorcists simultaneously. Yeah, that's the thing I'm saying. I'm like, God damn, this is part of it. If you didn't want to paint this detail, you'd have to file it off. Because like with Chaos, it's at the very least you're like, I don't want these spikes, so I'm not gonna put them on here. Here it's like, you get the spikes, bro. You have no choice. This is just what you get. like the Chaos Relief statues on their tanks, are part of what I would consider the worst spiky bit box ever. I hate the Chaos Spiky Bit box. There's so little in that box that looks good on any vehicle. Sisters just have the bigger budget, bro. They've got the bigger visual aesthetic budget of all the armies. And that's what happens when half your employees are like, I'll work here for free. Because I love the Emperor. I feel like the way this happened, right? Like, I feel like the way the sisters got their rework, you know, everyone was like cheering it on. There was this group of people who were just like, yo, dog, sisters rework, please. Make them awesome, please. And they had to have just been like in their office and they were just like, maybe we'll do it. I don't know. And then they must have wandered by someone's art desk. Or like looked at their folder and saw the most ridiculous stuff they've ever seen, like pre-made in 3D. It's just someone in the office's passion project of like, oh, this would be cool as like a sisters thing. Like off of work hours, they're just sitting everywhere. They're like sitting at home like, oh, I kind of want to design another sisters thing. And then they do, and it's like the coolest thing ever. They're like, yeah, but it'll never happen. I guess I'll just keep it in this file. They were like, yo, you just redid the entire Sisters army. We're doing it. And like one person's multi-year long passion project became the sisters. Rivet time. I'm gonna have to remove all of the models off my little thing I have over here. My little trolley. I need to take it to the tourney. Trolley tech at tourneys. So good. Weirdly, it feels like trolley tech as well is kind of new. Like, no one thought about it for a while. I don't know. When I was getting back into it, like, a year ago, I was sitting around and I was like, oh, what if I got, like, a food cart or something to move my stuff around on? So I did. I took it to a tourney that, like, no one had one at locally. And then I started seeing them on live streams, like, within a month. It was weird. It was, like, weird timing. Back door. Spin this. Let's see. Quickly take a close gander. Okay. Oof. Oh. Shoulder stretch. Stand up real quick. Oh, I think, okay. We might get most of the gold done today. Maybe a little bit extra detail as well. But goddamn, bro. Oh, it depends on what kind of dust. It always depends on what kind of dust you're talking about. Because if it's super fine dust, you actually have to, like, almost washcloth it off. If it's, like, general dust, if you've got, like, a really big soft bristle brush, it's probably a good idea. Like I have, where is it? Here it is. I got this with my computer. It's like a little mini brush that pops out. Soft bristle. Hard bristle. Sometimes I use that. If it's a bit looser of a dust. Usually a compressed air thing. I got this like air gun. But yeah, if it's super fine dust, you have to hit that thing with pretty much just moisture and like a washcloth or something. Phone call. And I'm back. What's up, Crusher Joe? So my sister's birthday is Wednesday. And I have a tournament tomorrow. And I've told everyone this for weeks. And I was like, I'm going to this tournament on Saturday. And they were like, all right, cool. And for the longest time, we were like, all right, let's just do something Sunday lunch because Super Bowl is on Sunday. So we'll just do something lunch, and then that'll leave time for, you know, other people to be like, oh, we want to watch the Super Bowl, which I couldn't give two shits about. So for weeks, it was, all right, we'll do something Sunday at lunch, and that's fine, and everyone will be able to do their things. And now, literally this morning, I woke up, and they were like, all right, we're doing something Saturday for dinner. It's like, what? For weeks, I've been saying nothing Saturday. Don't do it Saturday. So we can't do it Saturday. And then they were like, oh, well, now we got to reschedule everything. I'm like, don't treat this like it's my fault. I've been saying I can't do it Saturday. We've been saying for weeks Sunday lunch. And now you guys changed the plan, completely forgetting about me. And then it's like, oh, well, you don't have to do the thing Saturday. And it's like, you don't have to fucking watch Super Bowl. What the fuck are you talking about? And now I'm being told, like, oh, well, they couldn't really do Sunday lunch because maybe they'll have to do, one of them might have to do their laundry. And I'm like, I would rather not do anything with any of you anymore. Like, what is this conversation? Like, holy shit. I thought my friend group was bad at scheduling times and, like, maintaining stuff. But, like, god damn. But the Super Bowl doesn't start till later on Sunday, though. Like, we're talking, like, literally noon for pizza. There's not much to understand about American football. It's get to the other end, occasionally get yelled at for flagrantly, like, breaking a rule that is so weirdly worded that, like, the whole point of the game is practically to, like, break rules without people noticing. But, like, that's the thing. The whole time I'm like, yo, bro, can't do it Saturday. Been telling everyone that for weeks. Can't do it Saturday. And then that was the whole thing, is Sunday lunch, period. And I was like, all right, cool. And then the day before Saturday to go, Saturday at dinner. And it's like, had you told me like weeks ago, I would have been like, yeah, bro, that's fine. I'll do Saturday. I'll just cancel my plans. That's fine. That's cool. So you can watch the Super Bowl, which you're not playing. Like, this is the thing. You're not playing in the Super Bowl. Like, this is why I hate freaking moment-based sports like this. Is like, you have no skin in the game, but you want me to sacrifice my time for something I'm actually going to be a part of and do, so that you can sit at home and watch a game? I got that feeling I'm going to get a phone call in an hour. They're going to be like, yeah, just do it tomorrow. Just don't go do your thing. And I'll be like, cool. Let me cancel from something I had a reservation in a way where if there's a mild chance. Like, if I feel like the guy that runs it knows me well enough that he won't ban me from future events for last minute canceling. Like, but still, that's one of those situations that can happen for me. You're not going to get banned from watching the freaking Super Bowl. This is the madness of my family. Like, I don't get it. I just want to paint cherubs. I just want to paint cherubs, bro. Just let me paint cherubs in peace. Yeah, but she wants, like, this, my parents want us to, like, do stuff as a family pretty consistently. So just, like, solo popping in and being like, here's food later. Just, like, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I could show up Sunday and just hang out. Yeah, they're in Florida. But this is like the whole element that pisses them off, which is dumb because like they did nothing really to do like anything to make this work anyway. They were just like away. They always have zero room to talk. Like the opening statement my mom made to me over the phone was like, "You really have to do this thing tomorrow," and like my immediate response was, "Nathan really has to watch the Super Bowl." Like that really has to happen. That's 100% a thing that like his life will change for the negative if he doesn't. And she was like, "Well," and it's like, "Yeah, shut the fuck up, please." Don't hit me with the "I'm being selfish" card when the whole reason this isn't working is because other people are being selfish. I was very upfront about my timing. And it was cool for me to change my plans weeks ago, not the day before. Alright, which part of the Super Bowl matters? And, like, TiVo exists. Like, there's commercials. By the time you catch back up to the Super Bowl will not have actually been over. Straight TiVo that shit. The whole point of watching it is it's water cooler talk for later, but, like... if there's no water cooler till the next day, you can watch it. Ta-da! It won't be as bad as what my brother did too to my dad. My dad was recording a Steelers game he wanted to watch, and it was at my dad's birthday. I think this was. It was one of those. I think it was like Father's Day, maybe. It was something. And my dad was recording it, and he was very actively. It was like. he told everyone, like, don't say anything about it. I'm gonna watch it at the end of, you know, us all doing family stuff together. And then, like, right near the end of his birthday, my brother looked at his phone and was like, oh, they lost. And he was like, you asshole. Yeah, but the problem with the apparent, like, this is the thing, when I was like, Saturday lunch doesn't work anymore, and my mom was like, oh, it's because Deb's probably gonna be doing laundry. And dude, I wanted to, like, end stream and just start flipping out over the phone. Like, something as able to be done at any point as laundry. It's insane, man. One's about to be done in gold, though. Very close. Straight up madness. That's all it is. I'm going to have to do a bit of corrective stuff around these bolts. That's my trauma dump for the day. At least for now. The night is still young, and my phone still has a shot at ringing. I can't wait to get hit with it. Oh, just cancel the thing you're doing and just go to this. Okay. It would be the first tournament where I'm taking like a serious list though, where like this would actually happen. Oh, that should be the gold then. Because I think the back of the seat we're going to do turquoise. It's a spinny circle. Came with the airbrush. Oh, I actually got to do one more thing. Oh, the second Exorcist. Porter Dia. Oh, the goldening. This is probably the most annoying part of this tank. This, like, one element here. Whoa. I do really like the wood. The wood worked out. Ooh. The issue I'm having now about this whole thing of scheduling is that it's been maybe an hour, and I haven't heard shit from anyone. And now I'm like, uh-oh. What's happening? Now it's in my head of like, is anything getting done or is nothing getting done? Like, I know it is what it is, but it's almost just as bothersome. No, I'm not at this point. Especially if they're gonna wait like hours before telling me to do it. Where they're like, oh, maybe you just cancel and then we can do it. If they tell me that in like an hour from now, I'll be like, no. It's still just so bothersome that like they would try to spin it like it's my fault for having signed up for something like a month in advance. that 100% I would have canceled had I known earlier. But since not one motherfucker in this family can schedule something more than 24 hours out. Like, goddamn, bro. And then to have the balls to place the issue on me. The only person with a single set plan at all that had a time frame attached to it. Ooh, Kill Team Bespoke for 1,000 Suns. If I were to think of some, it wouldn't be Zangors. Like, I feel like Zangors would be the option. It would be like an elite kind of Zangor squad, but Zangors are so AOS that it wouldn't be the case. They wouldn't do it. There's no reason. I know, right? Had I chose my Emperor's Children, my brother would have been like, I'm not that interested in the Super Bowl. We'll do something all day Sunday. And I'll be like, cool. I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna take my Helldrakes. I'm gonna take my Helldrakes again. We'll see how that works out. Another day of losing. The moment I was like, I'm doing it. Meta list. And I hate it too, because someone's going to see it and be like, oh, you watched a Reddit post. I'll be like, dude, I've had this list in my binder since the drop of the freaking codex. I just haven't used it. It's cool to hear that it's strong now, but I kind of knew it was strong. Seriously, the moment I saw the Demon Prince rules and I remembered how Hex Warp worked, I was like, oh damn, Hex Warp is gonna Shrek people. Yeah, but pre-nerf Eldar shredded everything. It was kinda awesome watching pre-nerf Eldar, like, take out whole entire jail lists in like 2 turns. It's crazy to see like the Eldar get nerfed and then Pantheon happen, like in sequence. Just being like, damn, they really castrated the list that would have made Pantheon feel weak. Cool. They did it, boys. That's why Hex Warp jumped to like 60% win rate in like 1 week. Part of me feels like I'm gonna get a phone call tomorrow while I'm at the tournament that's like, hey, you sure you can't do it today? God damn it. Fix up some of this white back here. I mean, everyone gets hit with nerfs and buffs. It's the nature of the beast, right? In order to keep people churning and getting new models and thinking of new stuff, it really makes the meta chasers buy like thousands of dollars worth of gray plastic pretty much every couple of months. Like, there's the one person literally at the store I'm going to. I'm half expecting him to play Pantheon when I get there. But every time the meta shifts to, like, a whole new army of power, he always has that exact list fully gray. Every time. Now, the real question is whether or not he got that list off of, like, Facebook Marketplace or something. At which point, Games Workshop probably didn't make too much money off of him. Probably just bought it from someone random. But if he did see it and then bulk buy the units, then, I mean, that's just Games Workshop making a butt ton of money. Because I know Demons got big, and I came in and he was rocking an all-gray Bellacore Demons list. And then I know, like, NIDs were getting big again, so he had a NIDs list that next time. Yeah, to a degree, it's better to, you know, just get good at what you got. Even if you don't win, the score might be pretty close or something like that. Because you just naturalize what you need to do and win. What you need to care about into, you know, which matchups, all that stuff. Yeah, but this guy doesn't like place top 5 in the tournament. He only ever wins against like brand new players, and it just, I don't know, it feels like he's just chasing like an easy victory. Which you can't really do in this local area. This local area has too many people who will rip you to shreds, regardless of what list you bring. Like, I remember that one guy who came in, who was like a higher ranked Sisters player to the one tournament I went to. And I was trying to just play like Overwhelming Force, Thousand Suns, all big units, crazy things going on the field, and he just shredded me into a corner. This was before Sisters were good. Like, everything I did ended with me not killing enough, not getting enough points, and then him being like, oh, I'm going to kill like half your stuff this turn. It's like, God damn it, bro. That was mostly just because that guy knew Sisters inside and out. He knew them. That was his army. Those were his people. 6 o'clock. Holy crap. We could do it. We could hit the double gold. Thing is, I don't want to rush it. I don't want to go faster just because I'm getting close. Still got to do it right. That is of key important. This gold is usually single coat. It is a speed paint from Army Painter. It's called Hoplite Gold. And the way that Army Painter tends to do their speed paint metallics is it's got metallic flaking in it, but then it also uses pigment so that you kind of like pre-pigment the area, which means it sort of does like both the layer paint you would normally put down below and then the surface paint at the same exact time, which is why it works so well and smooths out. Only occasionally will you have to hit multiple coats on one surface. And it goes on kind of butter smooth. Because it's a speed paint, it's also partially like liquidy. So it really gets like wrapped around the surfaces. kind of want to take a minute and look at the missions I'm going to be dealing with tomorrow. Painting the rivets is psycho mode. Front, side one. This is how I painted all the filigree on the Corsairs. It's so, like, weirdly easy to do, but also very easy to screw up. Just, like, side of the brush, whisper touching the surface. Seriously. I don't know why it works. It just does. Like, I always feel like the pigment should fall down beneath it and, like, touch the regular surface and cause problems, but it always just clings to the top. I don't get it. Especially with a speed paint. You'd think it would get pulled into the recesses. But it really just likes to cling to the highest point for some reason. I mean, I've had hard times thinking of paint schemes. Like, it's not like these all just come to me. But normally I approach it as like a keyword system, where I try to like write into my head a baseline of like what I want, and then I try to loosely term what the end result is going to be. Like, talking to my buddy about this list, the word regal kind of popped up a few times. So like regal was the thing, and regal is like blues, but also purples, burgundy, stuff like that. Like, it's all regal as hell. Golds, definitely. Like, there's so much level to the regal nature of it. And that's where kind of the split starts, where you sort of decide like, oh, well, maybe stylistically we'll try to dual style stuff, which is what you're seeing here, with the vehicles being burgundy and gold, while the units themselves are like white, purple, and gold, with like a little bit of burgundy in them. That way they're at least tied together, but overall the color schemes are technically two different ones. Similar palette, but different scheme. And that's mostly just from wordplay, right? Like, that's just saying the words out loud that you think, oh, this could work. And then from those words come up with the system you think is going to be like good, the visual aesthetic. Like if you're trying to paint like your Thousand Suns and you're like, well, I don't know what scheme I want to use, you can start with just a word like, oh, magic, which usually is like bright colors and all that kind of stuff. And then you can kind of work back from there. Or maybe you're thinking like, oh, ancient, and that's when you can start leaning into things like metallics that are weathered and stuff. And sometimes I'll have color schemes in the pocket, like things I've been thinking of. Like, I painted my buddy's Necron kill team. And that was based off of a color scheme idea I had for a little while now. It was like the idea of internal degrading, right? Like the outside looks great, but once you get under the surface and into the nitty gritty of it, it's like falling apart. Which that translated to white armor. White armor was a big thing for that. But then the parts on the Necron where you see more of like the body, like the you see sort of underneath the surface, that's where it became weathered and like destroyed brass almost, or bronze, or some kind of metal that's just coming apart, not kept well. A bit oxidized. When I did my Death Guard for the kill team, it was statues at the bottom of a lake kind of situation. So the statues themselves were brass. They were oxidized. But then because of the green that Death Guard usually have, I then made it look like algae was forming on the top of them. So it became like this turquoise to lime green effect of almost like algae being built up on the top of these things, which equated to the Death Guard green. So that's kind of the most informative part for me of coming up with a color scheme. Keeping it loose. Like our one buddy who had NIDS way back in the day, when he was getting back into it through Kill Team, the style kind of became like crystal, right? Like that was the gist of how he was going to approach it. So he actually looked into techniques and methods of applying things to the surface of what he was working on to make it feel more like a crystal than a carapace, which was pretty cool. you can kind of look around as well. That's why I have that color scheme in my head related to like the running of the bulls, the paint part of it, or whatever. I think it's like, I think they call it like Life Day in India or something, where people would like randomly throw puffs of like highly bright pigment powder at you. I know there's a holiday like that. I've always kind of wanted to capture that as a color scheme. Because they do sell pigment powder, and you could just paint something to be like kind of bland looking. And then grab little tufts of pigment powder and just chuck it at it. Just, wow. Hit it on the surface. Do that over top of like a neutral gray or something. Oh, we're getting close. I think it's kind of fun we have a Necron player in our little group now. I mean, what was it before? We had Andrew talking about him playing Necron, but then he never actually really got into it. I think he had a couple things. I can't remember if he did or not. I think it was Lex had the other one. Like Lex was getting into that. That was forever ago. Before that dude vanished. Ugh. Just a little bit more. And I'm probably going to call it. I'm not going to get into the details today. Both tanks will have their full layer of gold. Which is honestly the most important part. Because most everything else is either toning, these little scripts, which don't take long to paint, some fixes, which yeah, I'll have to do. We got some areas that I can already think of for bolt gun metal. I kind of got to start doing last minute checks leading up to making sure I've got everything packed and ready to go for tomorrow. So I can just wake up and go. Bam. Let me see. We got a little bit more. And that's the gold. Next run will probably be bulk and metal. No, yeah, I'm gonna get everything together. I gotta clear. The little caddy that I use is covered in your stuff, so I gotta pull it all over to the art table, and so I can leave it on the art table. Get the caddy broken down so I can take it to the tournament tomorrow. Make sure I got all my dice proper together, all that stuff. Ooh. So much gold. What's cool is, where's the other one? This one still feels like it's full. This one feels like it might be 2/3. Well, if you guys are gonna try to play like a serious kind of game together, it would be better to know who's playing with who, so you can so each player could like fill or be like, all right, I'm taking the 2 squads that'll be on the back line. Don't worry about it. Or you just, make whatever. No, yeah, I feel you. Oh, no. We missed a spot. But yeah, we'll probably, next time we stream, we'll probably bulk gun metal it. That'll probably be during the week. I have a feeling, most likely, randomly tomorrow, I'm going to be sitting here off stream, coating a bunch of those chainsword chicks in Gilliman Flesh, in preparation to do their skin tones. But yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good. Thanks for hanging out, guys, for this. God, what? Oh, only 4-hour stream. It wasn't that bad. I started a little late, thanks to cold snap, dry weather, nosebleeds. Always fun. But yeah, maybe back at it Monday. Probably. We'll see. Till then, later, bitches.